Hello? Is this thing on? I hope I don't sound too bad. Too terrible today. I am lurgified and congested, friends. Hello. Oh wow, I'm fluffy apparently. Oh, how's it going, friends? I hope you're well. Hi, Cogsworth, here for the hugs in the safe space. I can provide hugs and hopefully also a safe space. I hope you are well. Sounds like you have a lot going on, friend. Yeah, hi, all lurkers, of course. Hello, hello. I am fluffy. I am congested. I am cozy. This is the me you're getting today, friends. I didn't put any product in. I did manage to wash my hair, but I didn't put any product in, so the curls are... I don't know. They're somewhere. They're somewhere, and they're doing a thing. Somewhere. See? They're here. They're hiding. They're just hiding. Don't worry about it. I honestly wasn't sure if I was going live today, friends. Because I am very terribly congested. But I have had some painkillers. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. My brain is full of goo. That's a thing that's absolutely 100% certain, is that my brain is full of goo. And I'm trying... I don't know what I'm trying. Something with my hair. There we go. I'll make the fluff look intentional. There we go. This is it now. It's intentionally fluffy. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. You know when you're sick and it's really hard to think? That's what I'm feeling like right now. My brain is full of goo and it feels full of cotton balls and everything. Like I'm so congested, like everything's so clogged up that my eyes keep watering. Hi Voyage, thank you for the blurb. Was that even audible? It was audible for me, but it doesn't look like it showed up on stream there. Hold! You heard it? Good. Good, good. I'm so paranoid about blurb with how often it's not worked for me, you know? Let me also do this here. Boop. There we go. Closed captions should be working again. Apparently that was not working. I only found out while I was already live, like on the starting soon screen. So I will fix that after stream. I'll have a proper look at that after stream, because somewhere with an OBS update, that'll got fucky. I don't know. Lurk work? No worries. Thank you for the work, Lurk. I'll be hopping into the Stanley Parable in not too long, I think. Just to see what the new content is. Not that I would be able to discern it from the old content, mind. And I say new content as if it's something like super new, but I mean the Ultra Deluxe Edition as opposed to the original. Because the Ultra Deluxe came out in 2022 as well. So it's not like it's the newest game on the market. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't do that with my voice. Holy shit. Maybe that is not the vibe, chat. Maybe that is not the vibe. Thank you for the uwu. Yeah. I blame the congestion. Hold on. I will try my best to mute every single time I need to like cough or sneeze or all of that. I will do my very best. You know, if I put something in that, hold on. If I grab these and I pull that through here. No, I thought I could make it look like Because it kind of looks like a ribbon. And I thought if I maybe pull something through the middle, it'll actually look like I've got a big, fluffy, hairy ribbon on top, but no. That's okay. That's okay. This is better than it was. And I'll just pin these out of the way. Imagine being prepared for you on stream. But yeah, no, I was, oh god. I took a shower this morning. I was getting ready. I was getting ready to get dressed, basically. So I put my compression on and I sat in my compression and in a bra on my bed, just figuring out, okay, what am I gonna wear? And suddenly the doorbell rings and I'm the only one at home at the moment. I was like, fuck. Well, shit. So I just grabbed this big, oversized, very cozy hoodie. I threw it on, and then I decided, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. This is the vibe for today. I'm sick. I'm allowed. So this is the vibe for today. Cozy, because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Yeah, big hugs to you too. I can't give you lurgy through the screen, so it's all good. A peace. Yeah, there's a I haven't uploaded it here, but in the Discord we got someone suggested I'd make an emote out of a picture I took of myself with a pizza. Son made homemade pizza and I was very happy with it. And it's basically me staring down this gigantic plate of pizza, just peeking over them. And that's been turned into an emote, but I think I ran out of emote slots here on Twitch. I'd have to check if I can. I mean, I have some slots available, like at the far end of bits that I'm not sure anyone has. If Twitch wants to load my dashboard, hello? Hello? There we go. Oh, look at that. I have one follower emote. Ah, why the fuck not? You've been good. You deserve a treat. Let me open that up and show you what I mean. Where is it? Where did I save this? Is it just on... Have I saved this just on my mobile? That would be unfortunate. Hold on. It would be... It sounds like something I do. Where is it? There. Right, it is now here. There we go. Save image. Emotes. There it is. There we go. Twitch accepts it too. Beautiful. There we go, chat. As a treat, I might remove the soulless clown at some point because it's no longer relevant. But hold on, I need to refresh. There it is. That's the one. There you go, chat. There you go. I haven't gotten around to figuring out how to make animated emotes again, because I now use different programs. I need to figure shit out. Like I've been trying with like I'm really proud of the eyes, for example, but that one's fairly simple. This one here, this little guy, little George. And this one I want to fine tune the notes, because I do like it, like the nodding and the writing, but it needs some fine tuning. But yeah, this is my dipping my toes into animation again with just moving assets around, just like this one. This one I also want to refine, but I do want to look at the lighting of these emotes to make them more visible in dark mode. Yeah, there you go, Pisha. Yeah, like I'm always thinking about my emotes, because like these emotes, these two and this one, but mostly the first two, the cake and the spray, were some of my first emotes I ever made, and they're still like around. And especially this one I'm really proud of, because I animated this one myself, frame by frame. Or is it the spray bottle there? But I've since lost that skill. It's been so long. So yeah, I want to redo that. I want to redo them. Just learn to animate again. But my ADHD has taken me elsewhere, you know? Oh, I don't have any bits to your emotes at all at the moment. That won't do. Oh God, hold on. What's this accursed thing? I found something really cursed that I made at some point. Hold up, it says it's animated, but it's not animated here. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, never mind, chat. It's not cursed enough. It's not cursed enough. There we go. Yeah, no, I don't have any animated emotions, but apparently I removed the bits here, so I have some space. Turns out I do have some space, chat. I lied to you. How could I? But yeah, I need to find the peace of mind to do it, you know, to get back to drawing. I don't mind making emotes just on a whim for a joke that are like in the Discord, or I like remove the background from pictures. Like the Pisha is one of them, but it's like the first one of me. But like I've done some of ducks, and like I recently uploaded just an air fryer emote to the Discord, because apparently there was no good air fryer emotes around, and yeah. I do have a very interesting mod sword in my drawings folder. Hold on, chat. I need to show you this. I need to show you this. It's one of the things, you know, sometimes when you're working on something and you put it's a working project and you put it aside and then you completely forget about it until you find it again at some point. You're like, what was I doing? It's called Mod Sword. Hold on. Let me go into studio mode. Open this one up. Emotes. it's an interesting shape, chat, and I'm pretty sure it was deliberate, but what was what was my idea? What was my idea here? Can anyone, is this me trying to say mods are a pain in the ass? Because I don't think so, but what is going on here? This might also very well have been something that was not for me, because sometimes I save them in the wrong folder. Like, maybe that's what I did here? I saved them in the wrong folder. And then it just ends up under my stuff, even though it was made as a joke for someone else. Because I have done that, like, several times. I don't know. There's a very interesting, this one. But talk about getting the point. Heyo. I mean, it's on brand, I guess. But yeah, no, this is the bigger version of the new emote you got, chat. I hope you enjoy it. It is, of course, there's pineapple on this pizza. No one's surprised, but yeah. Here you go. Here you go. Peace out. And some... Because the emote I made... Yeah, so then it looks like I can get to the bottom of things. I think so too, yeah. I think it might be an interrogation device. I think you might be onto something there. This is an HTML document. Oh, back when I still did vectors. That's an SVG. That's not an HTML. Interesting. But yeah, at some point I stopped using Adobe. So the way I learned to animate and make emotes was through Photoshop and Illustrator. Mainly, nothing wrong with pineapple hide and a. No, I don't think so either. I don't get the issue. I don't get the people have an issue with it. But yeah. This one, for example, the cake is animated through Twitch because you can upload emotes through Twitch and then have them shake and move about, like this one here. But the drawing of this one, is a vector, was done in Illustrator, but I no longer have those programs. I have different programs now, but I have not learned to use them properly yet. Because you have to understand, chat, that back in the days of, I don't know, Bearshare and LimeWire, if you know, you know, I had access to Photoshop basically from like the first version on. I learned to draw digitally. I learned to draw on a computer. I had a drawing pad as well. The old one died, I think 10 years ago finally. But yeah, I have a drawing tablet. I now have one that has a screen, but I had one with a tablet for the longest time, and I just learned to draw while looking at the screen, but using the pen on my desk. But at some point I stopped using Adobe, and now I have to relearn new programs with new shortcuts and new things, and I just haven't been able to convince my brain that is a good thing, you know? Yeah, ADHD is a fun ride, but yeah, only a month left until something very special. Hi, Lyra! A little less than a month until your birthday, isn't it? Some people have started putting banana on pizza. I've seen that. I'm not sure. I can't remember if I tried it, but like if you have A pineapple on pizza is sweet. Why not banana? I get it. I do occasionally enjoy the deep fried banana. That's like battered and then deep fried, and then you have some powdered sugar on it. That's really good. I do enjoy that on occasion. I believe it's and we get it with because of the Dutch history of colonizing, we do have quite an international dishes here, and I've been told that when you have spicy food here, it can actually be spicy and not just as they say, quote unquote, white people spice. But when we order Chinese food, it's actually a fusion kitchen of Chinese and Indonesian dishes. It's really interesting. So I'm never sure what is actually Chinese food and what is Indonesian food, because it's a fusion here. You don't like bananas, but you do like banana chips. Not sure if I had banana chips. You have no idea what you're gonna do? That's fine. I have no idea what I'm gonna do either, but we're making a paper chain. I have some really cute and colorful strips. I'm making a paper chain, but there's plenty, oops, of cute and colorful strips to add to the paper chain you can do. And I don't know what I'm doing for my birthday yet, because every year I struggle and I've never done community games. So it's really difficult for me to start that now. Wait, hi Spectrum, welcome on in. You have meals with banana in it that are savory. Yeah, that too. And just fried banana, just sliced. Ah, and it'd be good on dessert pizza. So yeah, I have had what they call dessert pizza, which is just pizza dough, and then instead of a sauce, it's either a chocolate spread or like a caramel or a strawberry spread or something like that. Yeah. Also, Chinese food here is not the Chinese food in China. Yeah, I mean, it's also adapted to the culture here. Yeah, exactly. Did you get snow? We did, and it's all gone now. It's all gone now. I got quite a lot of snow. Last week, actually. We got a lot of snow. Like, normally on Thursdays, my dad comes over, and we either do stuff in the garden or around the house, because there's a bunch of things that still need to be fixed. Oops, sorry. I muted, and then I twitched, and then I accidentally unmuted again. Thank you for the sippies. It's sludge over here. It's all gone. I cannot see snow anymore. There's quite a lot of snow here. But it's all gone. Thank you for thanking the mods. The Dutch word for snow is sneeuw. And it's written like this. S-N-E-E-U-W. Sneeuw. Don't, my pronunciation might be slightly off, as you can hear. I'm still congested. I've been sick. I'm feeling better. It might also be the painkillers actually doing their job. I don't know. Stay. Thank you for the get well wishes. Frieswoord, snee? Oh, so you just cut off the UW, but you also don't call it Schnee, like in German. You just made the most compact of both of those options. It sounds very Scottish. What? Sneeuw? Or snee? The snee is also cut when you cut your finger or something, then you got a snee. Yeah. So yeah, everybody say goodbye to Pisafin. Pisafin lives on in the emotes if you want Pisafin. I realized I had the image still up. But yeah, it is only fair because there's I think there's at least 2 photos of Dux that have gone emotes now, and Dux is not even a streamer yet. But he already has 2 emotes in our Discord. And I believe he has a 3rd one on hand ready to deploy. He just needs to send it to me so I can remove the background at some point, but yeah. Vegan new crimes! Indeed. But yeah, no more snail. Nothing. It's all gone. I need to blow my nose. Hold. I don't like it, Chad. I don't like it. Ugh. Anyway. Oh no. Gosh darn. Are we done, body? Can I move on? Okay, good. Thanks, Grant. Appreciate it. I'm always in a medical university because I've seen snow will return next Tuesday. Well, I don't really check the weather report. I don't really. But yeah, you're right. That's what I was gonna say. So the banana on pizza thing is, it's not just that people are randomly chucking banana on pizza. It is actually, it's banana, curry powder, peanuts, and then either chicken or shrimp. So it's a very specific flavor that goes with the cheese, and I do believe there's tomato sauce under there, but it's a specific pizza. It's not just I'll have a, I don't know, pizza with the salami and then chuck on some banana or there, whatever. No, it does have a flavor profile. I do get it. I do get it. I do want to try more pizzas that don't have the tomato base, but like a green pesto base or something. There we go. That was my coffee. Yeah. Yeah, I should check the weather up, but I don't really. Someone else in the house usually does and then informs us of what's going on. This is like, is there more snow incoming? But yeah, normally my dad comes by on Thursdays when we do stuff around the house, but there was so much snow and they gave, so we have different like safety codes, and there was, usually it's code green, which is not even noteworthy because that's just normal, everything's fine, everything's safe. And then there's a code yellow that's like, okay, you gotta be careful. There's a code orange, and that's like only leave the house if you absolutely have to. And then there's a code red that's like, do not leave the house under any circumstances. So, but Thursday was actually code orange because there was so much snow, and they were running out of salt, so they were only putting salt on like the main roads and stuff. But because I live on the countryside, we were not a priority, so the area did not get any gritters and like any salt on the roads. And I do believe we're still the only house with a snow shovel. So what we usually do when it snows, we leave the snow shovel out by the front door, and sometimes people will ring the bell, like, can we borrow your shovel? Like, yeah, that's why it's there, grab it, and then bring it back so other people can use it as well, because we're not used to having enough snow that you need a snow shovel. But yeah, there was that much snow. Like, I sent a picture to my dad of our backyard, and Dad was like, you could build an igloo. It's like, yeah, we could. Except that I'm also sick, so I won't. But yeah, Papa Short Stuff still has my pyrography kit. I actually had some plans to play around with some pyrography, like actually get into things like texture and stuff, and I thought, you know what, I could stream that. But alas, it'll have to wait until next week when Dad's here and he brings my pyrography kit back. Because he tried it for one of his, he's finally building his train set. And he decided the buildings were all too expensive and he was not happy about it, so he was building his own. To the point where he actually bought new tools for his workshop that I don't mind, because it means I can borrow those tools as well if I have new projects. Like a bandsaw and stuff. Like, alright, cool, yeah. I can borrow that whenever I have a need for it. Like, cosplay things, you say? Don't mind if I do. And thankfully Dad's also really excited about my cosplays and the stuff that I make, which is really nice. So yeah. But yeah, he borrowed my pyrography kit because he didn't want to have to make brick-sized cuts of wood. So he decided that instead of doing that, he would just burn it in. And at first he just used normal like soldering iron, which is not great if you want a really nice straight line. So he borrowed my pyrography kit, but then it was too dark. I was like, okay, you could have just turned the temperature down or moved a little faster, but you know what, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, he still has it. He hasn't ongezellig. So you got just it was hard to Google it. No worries. No worries for the typos. I have no idea what that is, Spectrum. I have not watched any cable TV in years. It's a Dutch web series. Okay. What can you tell me more about this? Is it like a TV series type things? It's a TV program, it says. Hold on. Ongezellig. Okay, Studio Massa. What's it about? Web cartoon tells the story of 3 adopted sisters named Maya, Coco, and Mimi going through their lives. Oh, okay, interesting. Dark comedy, psychological drama. Slice of life animated sitcom short film. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. It's on YouTube. Okay, I will. You cried at the end now. I'll get. I've never heard of that. I'll actually leave that open. Let me mute that tab so it doesn't stop playing. There we go. There. All 6 episodes. I got them open. Check out after stream. Thank you for telling me about this. Yeah. So it's in Dutch. Okay. It's ongezellig, which is the opposite of gezellig, which is one of those words that just doesn't translate. Because gezellig is the feeling of a good time, but also cozy, homey, just yeah. You watch with English sub? Yeah, that's fair. Like if you wanna translate gezellig really quickly, you would say cozy, but that's not the whole that's not the whole feeling, because you can also have, like, you can have you know, putting up the lights and the decorations for Christmas can be gezellig. It's nice, it's homey, it's cozy, it gives you warm fuzzy feelings. But also hanging out with your friends can be gezellig because you're having a good time. You can say that someone is ongezellig when they're not being very nice or not reading the room or something. And it can also be social. Ja, exactly. It's het is een gevoel, dat kun je niet uitleggen. Sorry. It's yeah, it's a thing. It's just one of those things that doesn't translate. You make the series big? Hell yeah. Do you actually participate? Because it's so funny. And like, I used to, I say a lot less nowadays, but I used to say that, you know, when I win the lottery, but it's like you have to actually participate in the lottery to be able to have a chance to win something. And, you know, maybe boring is in there if it's negative. Yeah, ongezellig can also be boring. Ongezellig can also be if something feels really cold and just not homey. You know, whenever you have the feeling like, wow, this person really lives in a showroom or something. Their house is spotless. Their house is very modern design, but also cold colors. There is not even a decorative pillow anywhere. That's also ongezellig. But you know, having a little cozy wood fire going on in a hearth is gezellig. Sitting around a campfire can be gezellig. Just going out for coffee with a friend can be gezellig. Yeah. Yeah. It's a positive feeling of belonging, I guess. Gezellig, for a moment everything is right with the world and you're having a nice time. I think. Yeah. You've been amazing. Wow, yeah. If it's profitable, you want to see character development. I will cross all my fingers and toes for you. So you can make that happen. Definitely, yes. I need to pour some hydration. Hold on, chat. I got ginger ale. Oh, hell yeah, your birthday is also coming up? When is your birthday, Spectrum? Get some ginger ale. Should be better for my throat. I also still have some of the lemon ginger candy. There we go. Yeah, no, I had many plans, chat. I had many plans, mostly to help Sen get his own setup back so we can start streaming again, because things are a bit all over the place. And then the entire household got sick. And I was the last one. The last person standing, and then I too fell for the lurgy. So I've just been taking it easy. Till January. It is sweet on Twitch. Aww. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, of course. I forgot to say that. But yes, 12th of January. That is soon. That's very soon. Nice. Well, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. You get all the miracles. Just get yourself something nice. Just something nice. Can be a small thing like a nice coffee or something. But yeah. Just have a little birthday treat. Sometimes He'll be 30, but thinking skipping it? Why? I mean, you're allowed to skip it. I'll be 34. Life does not end at 30, friends. Au contraire. Au contraire! My life has improved. And continues to improve, I can tell you that much. It's just a number. It's fine. I actually had to calculate the other day. It's like, am I turning 33 or 34? No, I'm turning 34. I'm turning 34. But I actually had to calculate. I don't know. I'm always in two minds on my birthday. Growing up, I didn't have the best of birthdays. Mainly because I'm autistic and have ADHD, and that didn't get taken into account. So it just ended up with me on my own birthday parties, playing in my bedroom by myself with my dolls and my toys and everything. Does not know you're older? Yeah, no, there's several friends of mine that are older, and there's several friends of mine that are younger, and it's like, we're all in the same community, and we all hang out, and we all enjoy the same games and things. It's you know, it's nice, I think. I think it's good. I think it's nice to have friends who are in different age groups and different generations, even though that's a marketing ploy made up by big companies, but that's a whole different story. But I think it's good to get the different perspectives from different people, from different cultures, different ages, different lives, right? We're just vibing together. Exactly. You don't mind aging, small, but your current mental health is just so bad on the unreasonable level. I've been there, Spectrum. I'm sad to hear that. I'm glad that you like being here, though. And I can confidently tell you it does get better. Honestly. Like, 2025 was a real shit year for me. Mostly because the first 7 months, I was still recovering from surgery, which took a full year. And I was so tired that I could barely do anything. I could barely stream. I needed a nap. I could be like awake 4 to 5 hours, and then I needed to lie down. Like, shit was bad, yo. And that affected my mental health as well. But now that I've got a bit more answers medically, and I've recovered from like surgery and stuff, shit's a lot better already, and it will continue to improve. So hang in there, friend. You're doing great. As my dear friend Dee says, you're doing the best that you can with the tools you've been given. And you deserve to take up space in this world. But yeah, I'm always in two minds about my birthday, right? I do like being on here and celebrating. But then again, like I said before, I've never done community games, so I don't know. I've never been the host of community games. I've participated in them on occasion, but it's not like I'm not used to setting that up. I'm not used to dealing with it. So, you know, and I do want to do something special for my birthday, and then I just don't know what. I don't know. We'll probably end up playing some kind of game again and just be cozy and go like, oh, by the way, it's my birthday or something. I don't know. But I always feel very indifferent, like, oh yeah, my birthday is coming up, until it's very soon, and like on the day off, I'm like, actually I do want the attention. I do want the attention. I do want people to give me gifts. I do want people to wish me a happy birthday, actually. Hey, Spectrum, thank you so much for paying forward the gift you got from Nixoy to Adiana. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you so much. Also, if you're lurking, please feel free to continue lurking. Well, thank you so much for that sub. I will grab a link. You got this wonderful bisexual colored. It's vaporwave colored, I know, but it looks like a bisexual flag colors link that I will add to the paper chain. There it is. There it is. I'll put it aside for now. All right, friends, we have ads starting soon. And I will go take this time to take care of myself. Figure out if I can fix my voice, because my voice just this. It blow my nose and do all the gross stuff while you're not here, so you won't miss anything, and it'll just be a Be Right Back screen. After that, we are going to hop into the game, so take this time to please go take care of yourself, friends. Grab yourself a nice beverage or a snack or maybe a meal depending on the time of day. You know, check in with yourself. Check in with yourself, all right? What do you need, friends? I'll see you all after the ads. ADHD in this house? Could you imagine? Hi, Sebastian. It's me. I am Stanley Shortstaff. Yeah. Let me start the game, actually. Start the game. And then do this. There we go. Like that. Enter the current time. It is oh. I keep forgetting the stupid thing does not have 24-hour clock. 9. Boop. No spoilers. Oh. Wait, there's no sound. What's going on? Why is there already hang on my screen? This is a good start, friends. But yes, a little warning, friendos, if you've not played the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition, but would like to play it at some point, this is your cue. Shoo. I love having you here, friends. I love it when you lurk. But yeah, I'll be diving in, and I have never played the Stanley Parable, so I can't even tell you what is new and what is not. I just saw a gigantic sign saying new content last stream. You leave your type 10 home. It's a ship in Elite Dangerous Spectrum. Yeah. Also, interestingly, you say ADD, but it's all ADHD now. It's all ADHD. It's just you've got the inattentive type, the hyperactive type, and the combined type. I am the combined type. I am both. I am both inattentive and hyperactive. Who would have thunk it, friends? Who would have thunk it? It took them 27 years to figure that out. Can you imagine? Yeah, spoilers. Nice. You actually got spoilers for it. That's so funny, because it's like, it's a space truck. And of all the ships you could put spoilers on, you put spoilers on your space truck. Beautiful. But beautiful. That's just... Hi, Sky. You would have thunk it? Shh. Shh. Don't tell anyone. It's good to see you, Sky. I hope you're well. Speaking of ooh-woo. I got some involuntary ooh and a nice husky voice on occasion because I'm lurgified. Yeah, spoilers by design. I don't have a type 10. Probably. There's a lot of people that still call it ADD because that's the diagnosis that they got, and I understand that. So yeah. 'Tis the season for the lucky. La 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 la. Yes, exactly. Type 10 is type 9 with extra bits. The more you know. I managed to jump onto Sense Carrier in time. He's on his way to Sagittarius A in Elite Dangerous. I've never been. And apparently I wasn't on the carrier yet, but I made it before he started jumping, so there we go. But yeah, speaking of jumping, let's jump into the game. It says star. The star is important. Ah, yes. Yes. Sag A asterisk. That one. Why is that? Why is the star important? The asterisk. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? What? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. What? A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. Listen, friend, I'm autistic, okay? I've got to be real with you. I'm autistic. It has to be correct. Like, I'm actually to the point that might be a little bit overkill, a little bit in need of control there when I opened my computer clock and made sure that I actually clicked confirm the time, but it swapped so it actually matches my computer time. I don't know if it's important because all the clocks in the game don't actually, you know, show that. Finley likes to follow the rules, damn it. Yeah, they call me a brat, but actually, I'm also a terrible liar. Oh, I'm a little shit for sure. But Finley, Stanley, no coincidence. I think not. Yes. So I didn't know that it's a radio beacon. Oh, that's so far over my head it's in orbit. But yes, thank you for explaining. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I mean, I wouldn't go that far because I also have ADHD. I just explained that I have the combined type ADHD, meaning that I'm both hyperactive and inattentive. I can be very impulsive. Okay? Hey, welcome in. Ariana, is that, do I pronounce your name correctly? And thank you for saying thank you. That's really, really kind of you. All right. Wonderful. Hello. So yeah, the game says that I'm paying attention, but Sagittarius A star. Ah! Thank you for explaining that, Sebastian. I will try to remember that. But yes, that is where Sun is on his way in Elite Dangerous with the carrier. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. I mean, technically, it could have been programmed that you could take my computer's time and implement that in your game. That is an option that you have while programming and developing a game, but let's not get it. Yes. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. I have to pick a favorite time. Why? Oh my god, I am non-binary. I am polyamorous. I am bisexual, pansexual, depending on the definition and who you ask. Both, neither. You know, I don't do choices. You're asking me to pick favorites? You're asking me to pick a favorite time? 420. Okay, that's it. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Sky wins. Half past 5, hands down. God damn it. It took me a split second. I went, oh, nice. You don't get it? Okay, so if you have an analog clock, like, I can't actually change the time on this one, but this one, my beautiful, beautiful pocket watch. If it would be 5:30, both hands on the clock be down. Exactly, hands down. Now you're getting it. Sometimes, yes. Yes, English is a funny language. There are pointers. Oh. Yes, in Dutch as well, wijzers. Yeah. The hands of a clock, yeah. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. What is this? This game is so self-aware sometimes. I'm ah a 6-7 joke? No, I'm not on the clock app, friends. I wanted to say earlier that like having an online presence means that you have a house, right? And my house has 3 rooms, I guess. There's Twitch, there's the Discord, and there's the back room called Tumblr that not a lot of people go to. There's like the links I linked to my Tumblr are like the designated tags that I have for my cosplays and my creations and stuff whenever I remember to upload it. But yeah, my online presence is you are all guests in my house, friends. But I don't have a TikTok. You've earned it. The words every brat secretly wants to hear. Yeah. And I'm at 6-7. Yeah, it's just one of those things. But like, I remember when I was a teenager, we had these stupid jokes. Sorry if you read a review in your Discord. I will. I'll let you know how I find it regardless, Spectrum. How about that? I'll let you know how I enjoyed it. But like when I was a teenager, we also had these shitty jokes that no one understood, and some of them were like some of them were also from online things and games and like for fuck's sake, Newgrounds is one of the like I still whenever someone says I'm tired and I will because it lives rent free in my brain, I'll go they go take a nap and then fire the missiles because that is just one of those stupid jokes from when I was a teen, you know? It is I don't know. I think it was when I was a teenager. I actually have no sense of time, friends. So sometimes, like, I have complete and total time blindness, meaning that not only can I not feel how much time has passed, I will also mix up events in my brain in a timeline because I don't know what time is. I don't feel the time passing. I don't know when. So it might have been that I was older. I don't know. But I just know that even now, memes, but there's also very specific memes that are just Tumblr memes, right? That no one else will understand unless you are on Tumblr or were on Tumblr during a specific time period. Like, these are just things, man. Let people enjoy things. Like, sure, 6-7 can be annoying, but like sometimes that's the part of it. Especially being a teenager, it is about finding yourself. It's about being rebellious and having those little things that the adults don't understand. To you, that sense reminds you of Dad's Arby. See, there's a bunch of things like that. Skibidi toilet, yeah. You have an excellent time sense. We need to wait to every 3 minutes, almost to the second precisely. Wow. So I have I have a sense of rhythm. I actually have a really good sense of rhythm, but not time. If there is like a pattern, I can recognize it. I can sit and know exactly how long a second takes, because that's a pattern, a rhythm. For some reason, I can do the seconds. It's not a problem. But time in general, the big timey-wimey stuff, I don't fucking know. But rhythm I got. Rhythm and pattern recognition. That I can do. But yeah, no, I heard about the 6-7 trend. I really haven't seen anything pass by because of how little social media I consume. I've heard about it, but I haven't experienced it as such. Hi, Hyper! Good to see ya. Yeah. The big timey-wimey. Yeah. Big Jeremy is hard to follow. You send that to your friend. Your explanation was satisfactory. You're welcome. Yeah, let people enjoy things, man. It's like, to be cringe is to be free, you know? Hold! You don't have audio. Why do you not have audio? Because that's why, because that's me. It's me. It's me. Hi. Sometimes a game will remember if you have different audio settings, but sadly, more often than not, the game does not remember. And I don't remember either, but you should have audio.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Hey, I got an achievement. Welcome back. Quit the game and then start again. You didn't even see this and you played this game, so you have the option to skip it. It does flash in the middle of your screen, like in the bottom middle of your screen. Click to skip. It's a joke. Only people watch The Good Place will know. I've not watched The Good Place. I've seen episodes of it. I've heard good things about it, but I've not actually. Hold on. Hello, testicle. There we go. Okay. Maybe seen it but forgot. Yeah. So this is the Ultra Deluxe edition of this game. There's some new content that I will dive into today, friends, just to see what's new. But then again, I haven't played the old game, so I wouldn't know. Be right back. No worries. So I got the achievement.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hold up, chat. I did change the field of view last time. Subtitles on, medium, reticle on, dot. Content warnings. Oh, okay. No, at least I'll show the content warnings. I will not skip, but then at least you lot get the heads up. I forgot that last time. Reduce motion. Yeah. And at least you all will get the content warnings. I mean, me as well. They don't faze me as much. Like, some things will make me uncomfortable, but then again, some things are meant to make you uncomfortable, right? Some words are meant to be icky, friends. But yeah, do you think... do you think there's something new here? Was like moist. I don't know. Moist is one of those things that it didn't bother me until someone pointed it out, and now I'm jaded to it again.
You noticed my sign.
I did notice
I have
the
something
sign.
very exciting to show you.
Okay. I'm very curious what you got to show me, narrator. Narrator! Why is 416 here? What did 416 do to get an office here? Too many people get icky about a word that describes a cake. Yeah. Huh? What? Okay. Wow, this is used to actually lock the door. That's... okay. Interesting. That's a mop bucket with wheels. The cake is a lie! Wrong series. Yeah, but we have seen different games in this game.
You see,
like, I
Stanley,
play Rocket
I've been
League.
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
Okay.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Okay. Why'd you turn the lights out in the elevator, narrator?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end. Again. Okay. Hi, Doc! 10 days of 2026. It's not even been 10 days. One trend, was the cancel your subscription. They say to maybe get a refund because I'm not liking the service and the content of this year. Oh no! Give it some time, Duck. Give it some time. Change never comes easy, my friend. Well, come on in. Oh, I was wondering. Yes. Ever since you explained to me that you use a speech-to-text program, I've been trying to like I've remembered it, and I'm trying really hard to remember it. But if I ever forget, please remind me. That yeah, sometimes it, just like with me and my closed captions, sometimes it just gets the things wrong. That's okay. But yeah. Despite that, I hope you are still well. Testing 2 printers at the same time. Okay, I don't see a printer at all. I need to take another sippy, friend. I hope my voice doesn't actually leave me. That would be unfortunate. Yeah, it sure do be fun to live in current events. But yes. Yes. Change never comes easy. I can remember where I heard this, who said it. It might have been Terry Pratchett, actually. That it doesn't take much for people to start sharpening their axes, but it takes a long time for them to start swinging them. There, Sebastian, they, them,
Calling
please.
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? but the Stanley Parable too. Now that's an artistic statement right there.
This is
it's
the line.
future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Long-term franchising potential? Oh boy. Twee! This is Dutch right there. Yeah. Taste the sequel. New and tasty. What does it say? Hold on. Me suggesting that they have vocal cords that like my vocal cords are being little shits like me. Dota drink, pyramid. Sip? What? Something sip? Whiz fizz. Oh, sorry, chat. I forgot to mute. Top tier branding. I know, right? Once again, the Stanley Parable is too self-aware. No, one Z in whiz. A double Z in fizz. Sip is to do with programming? Okay, chat. Tell me all about it, because I feel like more of these are puns, but I can't read them exactly. I don't think I can turn up the graphics anymore. Maybe if I turn off the anti-aliasing, it'll be easier to see, because with the aliasing it all blurs together. SIP programming involves using the session initiation protocol to create applications that manage multimedia communication sessions, such as voice and video calls over the typically requires knowledge of networking concepts that can be implemented using various programming languages, often with libraries that support SIP functionalities. It looks like you're doing it with a singular Z on Wiz. Yes, they are. That's an actual candy. Oh, it's a candy in Australia? Is the are the devs in Australia then? There's also Pyramid, but I can't exactly see who and what. And also some voice over IP phone providers. There you go. Today I learned photos of painting.tga. Can I interact with this? Can I see all photos? No. It's little packets of sherbet with a tiny little plastic spoon. Oh! UK only has VoIP now. I'm not sure what we have. I know that I have the option to call over Wi-Fi, yes. Who puts empty post-it notes like this? Or are they on the inside? Oh, they're on the inside. There is something on there. They could have made it an interrobang, but no, they had to put two separate ones. A house? A house. Maybe that's the thing, chat. Maybe I just have to sing everything I do, and then my voice won't leave me. Surely that's the solution. Oh, man. Senator Vlight is still offering analog phones, but they're rare. Oh, right, I forgot that. I forgot that right click is auto walk, and I was like, whoa, I can zoom? No. Stanley just wanted a real up close personal look. Most are voice over IP connections. Gotcha. Man, for a split second I thought this was like a hearth. I thought this was like the opening in the wall where you could put some logs and then turn on the fire, but it's an office chair. Stanley wanted the pixels in his eyes. Yes. Stanley wanted to get a real good look at it. Oh. Why do the doors open? New mug. Part 1. The time to wake up. Never underestimate coffee enjoyers who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Wow. Hi, welcome in, no holding back. How am I doing today? I am still lurgified. I'm not as sniffly as I was, but as you can tell, my voice is not doing great. But other than that, I'm feeling a lot better than I have in the past few days. Give the pixels a little kiss with his cornea. Yes. It's a blurb! This is a meeting. Oh, come on. Fuck it. Screw you. I can read upside down. Meeting at 2 p.m. Okay. That's just a bunch of 2 in red. Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Hell yeah. Stanley gets boons for something. Artistic wife scene. Free room made. Dress up. Something. Proper gameplay question mark? Nude Stanley! Oh no, chat. New York City jetpack fuel canisters. New York City jetpack fuel canisters. Sounds like an indie band. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Yeah, so because we incompatible voice over IP, maintaining telephone changes for customers who had users using those options it was quite the challenge. Oof. I blew my nose and now my ears popped. Old and busted. New hotness. Okay. 2. The 2 that gives a thumbs up. And different stylizations of 2. They're back. 2 doors in Stanley Parable 2. Is it? Oh, I can't read that. This is a comic. Let me read it. Okay. 2. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Wow. And another mug that says this is my sequel, or... What's up with the birds? I like the birds. New mug, new mug! More TSP, better TSP. Paradigm shift synergy, brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing, win-win, sequential mindshare. Someone did a very wonky drawing of what is probably supposed to be a 3D number 2. Okay. The color red, leverage, holistic value, 1 arrow 2. And then a winner's podium, but 1 is somehow on 3rd place, 2 is on 1st place, and there's no number on the 3rd spot. But okay. Stanley Parable 2. E. And the brain that is half black and half red. Okay. The fern! The fern, but twice. Okay, I can read upside down. Concept. Is that a coffee stain? Okay. Going to the Discord. I'll have a look at them later. Characters you know and love, but twice. Click to add speaker notes. Parable 2. Andy Parable 2. Okay, they're trying out different stylizations for the logo. Thanks for attending my meeting with a clip art. Welcome back, Spectrum. Sandy Parable 2. And there's 2 Stanleys? But only one of them has a computer. Does the other one have the keyboard? We'll never know. You do your thing, Spectrum. I believe in you. You got this. Well, I figure out what the fuck's going on because we haven't actually...
To be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Okay.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh boy, that has strong vibe coding vibes and I'm not about it. But yeah, that's okay, Spectrum. Sometimes we deserve a day off. I hope you do feel better soon, though. That's how game development works, 100%. Sure. We're just going with the vibes, man. The exact same one? Yeah. Meeting plan. Not the scrum. Not the scrum! I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine, chat. I'm fine. I'm just... These are my flashbacks. This is my PTSD from working in IT with a manager that doesn't actually know anything about IT. They just know Scrum. Oh god. I'm okay. Design pitch design. Number 2 chat. Chat, I don't want it. This needs a content warning. Would you still love number 2 if it was a worm? 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Torso? No mouth, because there's only one. Who took the rat marker? Me. Is it rugby IT? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, no, the Scrum meetings with sprints and such. Basically, you start each workday having a quick, I don't know, 10-minute meeting where everyone goes, so I'll be working on this today, and I'll be working on this today, every single day, and it's supposed to be accountability, but it's complete bullshit manager speak. I don't know. I might have just had a bad experience with it because we had a project manager that knew fuck all about development. I don't know. Morning stand-up, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Hyper. You're familiar with that one? Yeah. It's part of... It doesn't matter. Then Squid Game, I don't know, I never watched Squid Games, but I knew that, I know Stanley is employee 427. Sometimes meant to be the other developers know what you were doing and if you need help. Yeah. Yeah. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2 City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Played some of these. Meant to be, yeah. You know, for a show called Squid Game, surprisingly few squid. Huh. Gonna refill my hydration. You've been in stand-up? Yeah. No, it's the morning stand-up. It's a part of Scrum. I don't remember exactly, but it's just, yeah. It was also for me, like, you have to understand, friends, I worked, the hospital, and I worked for the IT department of a department in the hospital. So not even a central IT, but we had our own IT department because we had our own programs. And those programs were being ported to a newer version. And I was between two teams. I was one team that was like on call constantly. Like I had one of those Wi-Fi phones clipped to my belt at all times because people could call me, hey, this printer is broken, this robot in the lab is malfunctioning, can you have a look? The barcodes are not printing, which is crucial for the entire lab system because all the samples that come in that need to be tested get their own barcode, so they're all scanned by all the robots in the entire system and by the people that pick them up to make sure that the data gets correctly back, etc. So if one of the barcode things doesn't work, it's quite a crucial thing, right? So I did that. But I was also part of the development team. The problem was they needed more people for the development team, but there was not enough people there to have time to train me for the development team, at least not proper. And I was also doing all the problems and the troubleshooting and things, but once we had everything up and running, it was quite calm, and then people were like, oh yeah, I didn't want to bother you because you are also doing development shit. And then between everything else, I was also a technical writer. Writing, adjusting, translating manuals of said robots, etc. in the lab. Sorry. My experience is definitely not a universal one. I'm good. I'm good, Spectrum. Thank you for asking, but Sim is based on divided work in smaller parts, and those parts will be developed in a sprint. Yeah. After each sprint, the team delivers a new feature which can be rolled out. Yes. Thank you for explaining, Zabadian. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. The idea behind Scrum is that you can quickly shift with shifting demands. Yeah, but as there was no quickly shifting demands. That was the problem. We were porting a program from Oracle Forms to Oracle Apex 5 at the time, which is a huge leap. A huge leap. And there was no keeping up with quickly shifting demands because there were no quickly shifting demands. We had run out of time because IT had been begging management to port this program away from a deprecated fucking piece of software to a modern piece of software for 10, maybe 20 years. And that was finally happening now, and suddenly it turned out to be a whole lot more difficult than management thought. Huh, who'd have thunk it? You know? I have a lot of opinions about this. It sounds so familiar. I am sad to hear that my experience wasn't a unique one because it sucks. But yeah. Valued investors! No! Not this. Valued investors, this way to the show floor. What's here? I can't jump. Friendly opinions I never would have guessed. Me being loud and opinionated? Even while lurgified. And slowly losing my voice. I am still loud and opinionated. The lurgy can't stop me. New features! Hold up. Why were you lighting up? I missed a call. That's what I was hearing. Hold on, chat. I need to do a quick BRB. I leave you with some music. I missed a phone call. Hold! Please hold. Your view is important to us. Be right back after some chill music. There we go. Makes updating things a lot easier. Yeah, that does make sense. Which is... Sen, who had to ask me a quick question. New content! Why is there a bus here? Why is there a bus here, chat? The fuck? Oh boy. This is for the investors, huh? Because it's never about the players, it's about the hypothetical money.
Hello. Try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket. Because a busload of new content. Yeah. More gradual than going, yeah, exactly, Zabadian. That was the idea, but it just didn't work that way because of the two frameworks the program was built in were so fundamentally different. Office decorations, Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. What? Yeah, exactly. Concrete contemplations. Name. Here yours today. I'm a little apprehensive. I do hope it's a username. Hear your name in the game. Enjoy new features. Ooh, we can go backstage. Cold drinks. What do we have? Absolutely nothing. Okay, great.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Too big, too small, just right. Road to the perfect button. That's your name! That's yours! Prediction, not actual prediction. Try it here. It just says Stanley. A button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. And it's just the name of the player that is playing the game.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am Jim Lee Shortstuff.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim is short for Jim Lee. This is true. Jim is short for Jim Lee.
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. Have you opened the doors for me again? You have. Okay. Wow. That's it, chat. Jim Lee Shortstuff is me. Is the narrator's name Jim? Probably. I was thinking that, actually, yeah.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh, you heard Jim in the game. Exclusive, the button that says Jim. That's Jim. It just says here yours today. It's the Jim button. Enjoy new features. Wow. Please no screenshots. I kind of want to do a screenshot now. But yes, chat, I will have you stare at the Stanley Parable 2 for a while the ads run. And I'm gonna make myself a lemsip. Just a hot drink. Maybe some lemsip, I'm not sure. But yeah, my voice is in trouble. So enjoy this with some music and take this time to also get yourself whatever you need, okay? Maybe check on your laundry or take your meds if you're not taking your meds today. I'll be right back. There we go. I return. Let me pause the music. There we go. Hello! I am back. My hair is doing another thing. Don't worry about it. Also, let me turn on the hot plate. Don't worry about it, chat. I just have a gigantic skull full of hot red liquid. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Here's in a 3-minute justification voice of a mail to your friend about 6-7. What are you doing with your life? You are procrastinating cleaning, aren't you? I believe is what you're doing. That's just its thinking juice. Yeah, I'm gonna rob this skull of its thinking juice. It's true. No, it's a thing that I buy in German supermarkets. It's called you have variants, like this is pomegranate, so this is heiße Granatapfel. But it's basically a high dose of vitamin C and zinc in a flavor packet. You're edging cleaning, you're procrastinating. Don't deny it. Oh, hold up, I miss There we go. Liquid paracetamol. So there's no paracetamol in this. There's no paracetamol in this because before stream started, I took a bunch of painkillers just to get things going, because my brain was so stuffed and painful. Ooh, merch! Okay, hold on. Where's my phone? I'm actually gonna scan this QR code. It's gonna be another prank, chat. StanleyParable2.com. Welcome to... Oh no. Oh dear. I knew it! I knew this was an actual thing, chat. You can scan the QR code. And it takes you... Taste the sequel now in Expo Hall 2. Thanks for stopping by. And enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Wow. That is beautiful. I saw the new content. 2 lines! This t-shirt is the best new feature. Oh boy. New content part 2, the compendium. Welcome to the showcase. Wow. What does this say? Is... I can't read that. That's a shame. The texture's too small, chat. I want to see everything. Ah, yes. His success pillar and chillin'. Please, no screenshots. Investor showcase the magazine. A whole new office. What happens if I... Oh, okay. Please, no screenshots. Okay, maybe this is... Excuse me? That's game audio. That's not me. Is it me? Hold up, chat. That's weird. That's the game. That's so weird. The fuck is going on? The baby is all grown up. Oh no, not the baby button again. They make a void and deny a moment you said no screenshots. I almost took one. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. New features, new content, new ideas. Button that says name of the player. Jump circle. Infinite hole. Live on Twitch. Excuse me? Man. Could I take a sip of this yet? Because it's boiling hot thinking juice. What was your high school nickname? Heyo. I'm gonna put this here instead of where my ginger ale was for sipping, so I can more easily grab it. I am well organized. Don't question it. Hold. There. Infinite hole? I'm a little scared. 344. Stanley Parable 2. Please, no screenshots. Office decorations, infinite hole. Let's go to the jumping circle. We had the jumping circle. Free, new, and easy achievement. Get it here. I can't believe it's that simple. Stanley Parable 2. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours now. Is this the test?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
It is
well,
a test
I'm
achievement.
developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Fragile. Scared chat. What's through here? Nothing. Test achievement unachieved. Oh boy.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Oh,
right
boo.
now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Denied! Boo. Hate this. Half a star because it wouldn't let me give 0 stars. I
What
do
else?
too.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The jump circle! I have 35
You know
jumps
what, Stanley?
remaining.
I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Expo Hall 2 Guide Jump Circle. This map. You are here. Free achievement. Lies. Button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. We've seen that. Merch. We've seen that. Settings World Champion. Don't think we've seen that. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. We've not seen. Office decorations. We've not seen either. Epilogue, we've not seen. I have seen. I wanted to run into there, but I haven't seen yet. Collectibles. Okay. 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 Infinite hole. We'll save that for last. And the exit. Okay, maybe we'll save the exit for last, but you know. That's the exit. That's a jump circle. The test achievement. But don't tell me. Don't tell me. We'll figure it out. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? That's new! What is this? Collectibles. Gotcha. Collectibles. Name of the player, Jim. Jim was the name of the player.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Oh, God. Oh, I hate this. Hey, chat, remember how I hate mannequins? 1 out of 6! Wait. What? There's only one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
That was terrible. Boo! Boo! It was terrible. What's up here? Settings World Champion. Infinite Hole free achievement. Settings World Champion. What? I wouldn't rather see it. Definitely not even hinting. Good, good. That's new! I'm very sus about this, chat. Oh, this is the epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I don't know what I was expecting, chat. I don't know what I was expecting. I need the no, I need Infinite Hole. I think it's time. It won't end! Wait. We got to see the epilogue. You want to see the epilogue? It's okay. We can do it again. I'll show you the epilogue. Epilogue of the game. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. Here it is. You're welcome. And that's it. Office decorations. Was this way? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
Well?
Which would you go with?
Wait, why would you go with Happy 12th Birthday? Do we have a 12-year-old employee? Narrator, I'm not sure that's ethical, let alone legal. Oh, I actually have to choose? Get Well Someday or Happy 12th Birthday Step Niece? So it did come out 12 years ago. This is true. This is true. Get Well Someday. Yeah, fuck it. Step Niece.
You know, Sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
You know what, narrator? That's actually also exactly why you toss a coin. So good on you for figuring out what you actually wanted. The entire... Oh no, it's all the pictures. Get well someday.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
You sure the lawyers can find a way to defend that in court? Yeah. The holy moly. How deep can we dig? Time and depth, time deeper. Time like infinity, whole like infinity, space like infinity, distant space time, falling, distant past, distant future. Opening rim. Depth infinite, surrounding area. Whole entrance infinity. Infinite hole chart. Hole. More hole. Science. More. Infinity falling. Space depth. Question marks. Educational use only. And so I should check it out. A question? A question for me? There we go. Thank you for putting my attention to that. When you first played it, tried to... It's a joke, jokes are not fun. Jokes are not... Slurs are not okay. Jokes are not fun? I don't know. My brain is not fully up to speed. It just keeps going! Thank you. Be safe. It's very fucking windy. Outside.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
So... I can't walk up here yet. Boo! Okay, so we have to go down. There's a hole, like this, the podium here, the audience. Infinite hole! But what's down there? What if I want everything except the infinite hole? Jokes are not fun is what your stand-up audience said. Heyo. Who am I to resist a good hole, chat?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, actually, this is the perfect drinking
Stanley,
temperature.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh, now I'm definitely not
very deep hole?
teleporting.
It is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that
Let's find
sort of
out.
depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the
We
bottom
found the
of the hole.
bottom!
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I can see the light, chat.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we
I
just
didn't say
put
shit.
all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we
I'm
can
not done
move
sipping.
on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It's not infinite, so we can't call it mostly infinite. Yeah, and I was right to not trust that it's not infinite, Spectra. I was right. I was right. This is not an infinite hole. You were cheated. Is that a new mug? Did someone throw a new mug in here? Yeah. I don't think I can actually do anything. I only have one more sip. And then turn on my hot plate. All right.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Again!
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
What do you mean?
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said,
What do you mean
"Yep,
I like
that's an
holes
infinite
too
hole
much?"
Right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yes.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time
Yeah.
in there than you did before. I mean,
yeah.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite
No,
hole.
it's
I
definitely
didn't think it
shorter.
was that not infinite.
No,
Well, I
that-
suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, no, that light spec's definitely bigger. Okay, we gotta do it again, chat.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
And maybe you have, but me, as a them in STEM, shenanigans, tomfoolery, escapades, and mischief, I have to conduct proper science here, which means that we need to test it at least 3 times. So, let's find out.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Yes.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
Yes.
Even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Oh, now you're on my side. Let's fully explore the hole to its fullest capacity. Yes, Sky, see, Sky gets it. Also with them in STEM, gets it.
Well,
a very
there it
wholesome
is.
stream.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
It's a pit?
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I can't jump. I actually have to teleport.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You
No,
sure?
it's not. Yes.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Yeah, no, it's not
Still
working.
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Thanks.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Fuck you too, narrator! Well. More time with the hole. Sometimes it's not about the depth. Yeah. Yeah. Just... Guess I'm just gonna have more sips. Chat. Excuse me. Excuse me, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening, chat? Are we actually? Oh my. Third person? What the fuck is going on, chat? The plot deepens. Change your perspective. Change your perception? Excuse me? Let's change perception? Okay. Change your reality. I don't know. I'm kind of digging this. Do we have any... This is how you're eating your noodles when you stream for the next 20 minutes. Hi, Karma! Enjoy the new emote. Pisha! Let's change reality. Change yourself.
Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
I regret changing the station, chat. The song was a bop. This game I used to get to play it, and he was so because he thought it was a horror with jump scares and didn't believe that it was just a simulator. Oh, karma! Oh no. Let's change ourselves. What? Hold on. What am I? Are you upside down? Puppies? Sandy, why are you upside down? Puppies? Oh! Hello.
Stanley? Stanley?
I'm busy.
Oh,
I
good,
was
you're
busy.
awake. It seems you had sort of dozed
Oh.
off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
You ruined a
don't
perfectly
want to
good
miss a
dream is what you
single
did.
moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things,
That
you and
seems
I will
cruel.
have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Well then. Oh, okay. Hate him, yes. Ruined a perfectly good dream is what he did. We were still playing around.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I'm gonna push the button again, see if it changes. That dream was... I know, right? Thankfully the hot drink's actually helping with my voice, so that's good. I'm so grateful for a little hot plate I have on my desk. It was given to me by a community member a few years ago for my birthday, and it's been on my desk ever since. Like, I just use it so much.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
The narrator is a bully. Taking away all my fun! How dare you? Give me back my Jim button! Yeah! I am Jim. Jim Lee Short stuff. This is upsetting. Do you think there's any new collectibles? Nope. Achievement, maybe? What happens if I actually use all my jump quota? No. I won my achievement! Tattoo that says pull me, please. Anyway. No achievement for us. Alright. Let's get the emotional support bucket. I'm gonna need it, chat. The narrator is mean.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Okay.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it?
Yes.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must
Yes.
already be sweeping through your body.
Yes.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Why, thank
The
you.
benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the
The
Stanley
Riz bucket.
Parable 2.
You know it. There it is, lookies, and no, there's a piss in the bucket just to spite them. Yeah. There's a door here. Okay. Well, joke's on you, I got a free bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Are you gonna give me my button back now? Huh? That's just you and me, bucket. You and me against the narrator. That's it. Now. The Riz bucket. The absolute Riz bucket. It's me. Infinite Riz.
Come now, you've already made your choice.
No.
It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
There's a balloon stuck there. Hey, narrator, there's a balloon stuck. Hey, narrator, there's a balloon stuck here. Can't even scoop it up with my bucket. Do you think the bucket... I jump with the bucket? Let's do a jump with the bucket. Little victory jump, chat. Beautiful. Stunning. Perfection. I can fit more collectibles in my bucket. The bucket gives an extra inventory. So. Did you take away my... Okay. Oh, for a second there I thought we'd lost the bucket. But no, the bucket is... The bucket would never lie to us, chat. Mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Maybe the bucket will allow us to pull the lever now. Maybe not. That's okay. That's okay. I know the bucket still loves me. Bucket, if you ever want to see a mostly, definitely not infinite hole that has ended, let's go have a look. Oh, the exhibition's ended. I'm sorry. Yeah, honestly, you're not missing out, Bucket. You're not really missing out. I'll show you the epilogue though. See? Now, actually, let's go back up. Because it says settings master there. Maybe the door will open once I get the achievement, but I need to... Yeah, settings world champion. I need to slide around because hold on. Settings. Field of view. This is horrible, isn't it? Yeah. Oh god. Do not like this field of view. But what's the camera sensitivity mean? I'm not sure this is actually how you get the achievement, but that's okay. It was set to 80. Do this. Put it all the way back up. The size is 40, but if that is size 40, how big does it go? How big does it actually go? Hold on. Because it feels like by the time it's at the end of the slider, that's gonna be like half the screen? Or is it really pixel by pixel? Is this really, the size is really the amount of pixels? Is that what's going on? I'm half expecting the narrator to pop up and me getting jump scared. That is... You know what? That's a sizable reticle. $540. Yeah, okay, well, it's hard to miss. I'll give it that. No. Oh, these are, of course, sliders, too. Okay. It's real quiet.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Shh. You can't hurt us anymore.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Finn POV, yes. Just me. Was it 60? Yes. That's okay. We'll set it to 69 or something. If this isn't it, then we'll move on. That's all right. Let's see if I can take the bucket back to my my office. Oh, excuse me. It is not okay. That's okay. That's okay. Like you're working in a typing company. I don't quite have the nails for that to really make it sound like a Gatling gun. Let's see. Yeah, we've had the hole. We've got the bucket. Yeah, I can't get into settings world champion, but that's okay. Exit. Through here. Alright, bucket. Guess I'll take you home.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to
No.
move on now?
No, but I mean, there's nothing else for me to do, so I guess. Someone forgot their briefcase. You know, cycle through the languages too. Oh! No, not quit to menu. It did go through them, I think. Cycle through all of them? That's gonna be too much. Let's see. New mug, but blue. It was a sad-bearing gift. I got donuts and nasal spray. No screenshots. What do you mean? The end is never the end is never the end. Of course. Of course. That's a big flight case. Tell sliders all
So,
about
Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here
Sure.
it is. I give you
Oh dear.
the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay,
Why was it the
yes,
button twice?
Yes, this is much better. I feel
Okay.
good about this.
Yes?
Here we
Are you
go.
sure?
Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Yeah.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
No.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply,
Oh dear.
well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully,
no,
of course.
please.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh dear. Let's enjoy this little cinematic while I wrestle the nasal spray. Beautiful. Warped. Corridor. Okay, friends. We have ads starting soon, so how about I start them now, we sit through the ads, and then we continue and figure out what the fuck is going on. Oh, good luck, Karma! Yeah, next week for the sound of. Ooh, everybody an extra friendly entities I might like? Hell yeah. Thank you! Thank you so much, Karma. And thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your workday. I hope it's a good one. Take care. Alright, friends. Time for a BRB. Okay? Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big
Fucking
building
balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Where's my bucket, though? I had my bucket. You took my bucket away from me. It's very upsetting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Huh? Excuse me? Oh no.
Stanley
Bucket!
picked up the bucket.
Bucket! My buddy, my pal, my friend. Oh, hi, Nona! Well, come on in. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Thanks for letting me know who you are. I had a sneaking suspicion from the username, but hello. I'm very congested today. I'm sorry. I'm sniffly.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes, and I trust this bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Is that from the congestion? Yeah, I'll live. I'm just I've been sick and very sniffly, and now
Truly,
it's just,
being here with the bucket was a grand
everything's
adventure.
stuck
Stanley reflected
and
on all they'd
affecting
been
my
through
voice a
together.
bit, but
First,
then
walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
yes, the bucket is very inspiring.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
How dare you?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. How dare you betray my bucket?
No,
Get well someday.
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion, will cause death. Penalty for misuse of the cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. But if I don't jump off the cargo lift, but simply jump here.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I'm gonna pick up the bucket again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
But
What could
is
it
this
mean?
game? This
Stanley
game is the
decided to go
Stanley
to the meeting
Parable.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never the end is never the end, and we play as Stanley, who is in the office and all his co-workers have mysteriously vanished. We have no idea why.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
And the narrator tells us what to do, and we can make the conscious decision not to.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place.
And every time
to
the
be.
game starts over, like something changes, there's
And here
different
it was.
endings.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
But no, I want to go back to the phone.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
So, the Stanley Parable came out in 2012, I want to say, and this is the Ultra Deluxe Edition that came out 10 years later in 2022, and has had some added content, which is what I'm playing around with today.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Cargo lift? No, cargo
Stanley
road.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Is there a way to... Oh, that's an interesting question. Define your definition of winning, because you can find...
In here,
said the bucket.
Go in.
So there's a... Sequel is now paused. There is many things to find out. It's basically one big puzzle, and interactions and your choices matter, and there's no real way to win the game. There are endings, but you can just click the begin the game again and then you start again in your office. I thought there was a sneeze, but there is not.
Into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
So the first time I went in here, I didn't have the bucket yet. But without the bucket, there's a phone in there. When the phone rings, you pick it up, and then it's your wife. Or you can not pick it up and unplug the phone, but I don't know what happens with the bucket. We'll find out.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh no!
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hi Maury, welcome on in. I hope you're well. You disappointed that there was no water in the bucket? Oh! 427B. What is my bucket? Narrator, where have you put my trusty bucket? The beige pages. Is my bucket the wife? Is my bucket the wife, chat? Jazz music. Very inspiring. Sunset. What does that say? Sunset living in the West. Not lying, living. I just might something. This apartment's different from the first one. Boy. You spy the bucket? Those are pots. Hello! Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press Y to take me to work with you. Of course, my beloved.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Don't tell me what to do. How dare you deny me the comfort and reassurance of my reassurance bucket? But then take me back home with you. Yes, we'll do exactly that, bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket. What do we have here? Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom Ending. Adventure awaits. Narrator. Airlines. Official. Mind control. Wait. I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. I played the demo. Hello, bucket. It's you to go back to work. Back to work we go.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
I can't
Listen to
turn
me.
this one off.
It's just a bucket.
No.
It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Why are you
That's
denying
it.
me my bucket?
It doesn't do anything else.
You're just jealous of what I have. What the bucket and I have. Don't listen to the loud man. Press Q for us to go back home. Yes. Yes, darling.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You
Yes.
know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all
Did
he
I,
cares
though?
about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Did I really trust you, narrator? Did I, though? Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except me. Ooh, toxic.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice
Yeah.
shine to it.
Yeah, that's right. It's a nice, shiny bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press C to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
Thank you,
It's
narrator,
just
for
a little
finally
more,
recognizing
what am I
that.
trying to say?
Oh, that's great.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Are you trying to steal the bucket from me, narrator? Press B to relive the same day with me over and over. Yes. Forever
Oh my
and
God,
always.
What am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a
It's
bucket.
my bucket!
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Wish you were the bucket. Press G to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home. Yes. Forever and always.
I'm
By
having
candlelight.
feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do
No.
in this troublesome situation.
This is my bucket. Don't you take my bucket from me. I knew it. I knew it. You and the bucket all to yourself. Candles in the pan. Bucket has created a very romantic and flammable atmosphere. Just for me.
Stanley,
me.
give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me
No.
the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give
No.
it to me now. Give it
No.
or I'll...
No. Bucket. Will the bucket be there? time we get back to work if there's no bucket? God. Oh my God. Have you taken my bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Don't pretend nothing has happened. Where is my bucket? There it is.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as
Yes.
Stanley embraced the bucket.
Yes. All is well. All is well. We are reunited.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Not yet.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Could
How
the bucket
insightful
hold
the bucket
my
turned
coffee?
out to be.
Just a bucket of coffee.
No, never mind.
Is that too much
The
coffee?
bucket was wrong.
It might be too
Stanley
much coffee.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Huh?
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to
Gotta
the
unplug
top.
the phone.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
The bucket is the companion cube. Yes, the bucket is the companion cube. I could never have.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark
Don't
room
listen to
over
the
here.
bucket. You're not.
Stanley
You're not a
once
rebound.
again
I promise.
obeyed blindly.
You're not a rebound from the companion cube. I promise. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that.
Now pick up the phone.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously,
you?
the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Isn't
Buckets
it?
can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
It's just a prank, bro.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness.
It's
I
just
must
a
have really
prank.
bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult.
It is.
I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh no.
What
Oh,
is
no.
comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Excuse me?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's
Okay.
dive deeper.
Oh boy.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all
Grab your
likelihood, you did
notepads,
it while
Chuck.
standing 50 to 80
There's gonna be a
centimeters
quiz.
from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's that
with
in
one
Celsius?
of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Do you have that in
To begin the
South?
joke, start by
CS?
stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
In
When
those
the joke
seconds?
has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long
10
and should include the
pages!
same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
I'm doing
All of
my
us
part.
must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I think you mean Super
Goodness,
Earth.
this video is a
Oh,
little outdated, isn't it?
democracy!
Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper
So hi,
comedic
Jason,
timing
welcome on
are
in.
still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Do you want to know more? Yeah. 4 seconds for a bathroom break seems realistic. Not when I mean, no, first off. And also not when I'm wearing my compression. Definitely not. I have a bucket! Hi, Sen. Made this video good. Approximately 90 seconds. I think there might have been some propaganda in there.
I can feel it. This time,
I hate
I'm
this.
really going to nail
There's a
the
baby
delivery.
gate.
You'll be
I'm
in
not allowed
stitches.
to
A
jump off the
talking
fucking
bucket, you'll
platform.
say, how ridiculous, how absurd, what a hilarious
What a
concept.
hilarious
The
concept.
king of comedy. That's what you'll call me.
All
Thank
right.
goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Do you want me to go back? Do you want me... Are we... Do I need to go back? Oh, I need to go further back? Are you sure? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. How far back do I go? Am I getting any more instructions? Or?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
This wasn't here before. This is... Narrator, why am I walking into the abyss? What?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point.
Yeah.
A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I
Yeah,
must
you
have forgotten
took
that the
more
phone
than
room
90
comes immediately
seconds.
after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling.
Oh, no,
I think-
not the self-deprecating.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video
Oh,
again.
for fuck's sake.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Uh-huh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I know this is not left, but... Bucket, what's going on?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Always gets shorter every time.
Here we
This is
go.
the whole...
You ready?
This is the whole
When
all over
Stanley
again.
and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
This is the whole all over again.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay, I'm gonna go right one more time and then we're actually gonna go left because I think this might be the part where this sequence ends.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's
Was
no
it?
way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Why, that's a little
I'm going
harsh.
to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers.
Okay.
I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing
I am
me down,
autistic.
Stanley?
I
Are
don't
you
do
proud?
hints well.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
But this
No,
Stanley doesn't have the bucket. I do.
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again.
King of comedy
More
again?
Instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. I'm sorry, Bucket. I almost
Warmth
forgot you.
spread through Stanley's arms.
Oh,
With the
I'm
bucket in
sorry.
his arms again, he was home.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
So it says get Chris out of the broom closet. Do you think, because last time the broom closet was locked.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You
No.
can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes
See
it
you later,
deserves the
Nona.
bucket.
Thanks for
I
hanging
can really
out.
feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This
You
is
have to
your
be
bucket.
strong.
This
This is
is
my
your
bucket.
companion and lifelong
My
friend.
companion and lifelong what?
Can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Wow.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
No.
Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved.
It's none of the broom
years.
closet's
Let him
business.
have it.
It's none of the broom closet's business. All of that, no. Fuck you, broom closet. Me and the bucket
Coming
are
to a
going
staircase,
somewhere else.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Nope. Oh. Oh.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful
I will,
figurines.
narrator. Beautiful. Perfect. Another figurine, chat! Oh? Hello? There's sun, spirit of dividend, a new spirit. Ooh! Maybe this one will go somewhere this time. Maybe this time's different, chat. You said something for finding a new Stanley! You are so right. Absolutely. I like that it's the narrator that's like doing the 2, 3, 4, yeah. And just the counting of in the music is just. We haven't gone anywhere, have we? No. Alright, boss man.
Stepping into his manager's office,
2845.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of
Dumpster
the
fires in
bucket.
chat!
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yes.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes,
Was the
bucket told me.
guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Of course. The bucket knows all.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Mini
Stanley
stands?
figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
The
3 out of
elevator
6
raced
now.
downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
Oh my.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Good. Good.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Fine. Bucket, are you there? Okay. Okay, the bucket's still here. Let's turn on the lights, bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Is it for... there? I'm still unsure why there's one that's called Pirate and why 104 is fired.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
No.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, poor
No!
bucket.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
It's you and me against the world, bucket. You and me against the world.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Oh, bucket.
For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket,
Yes.
up against the world.
Exactly.
They high-fived in a really cool way.
Yeah.
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
That's right. Take cargo in your hold. You don't have weapons on your ship. Oh no!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Oh,
Was it over?
was it?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
No!
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
No.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally
okay,
the truth
Bucket.
hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
It's
Even the
okay, Bucket,
facility
as long as we've
itself
got each other.
recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
Oh, no.
Needed the soothing warmth
no.
of the bucket. Would go to any
Please.
lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room.
That's
But at
okay.
least At least he has the bucket.
The bucket.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Yeah.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Bucket, my beloved.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all? Trust the completionist instinct? Thank you for the sippies and the posture jack. Use one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow a collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Chris. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Poor Chris. We need more planks. I mean, we can do it. Figlies! Figlies. Figly short stuff. It's me. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. How can we find them all? Bottom text. You know what? Maybe I should send the bottom a text. After stream. Stores of levitation. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the fuck up. To make it sound, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to a regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional microphone, which picks up sound from particular areas. And as of the recordings allow me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. It shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. Also picked up what looks like a reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any ideas on this? Wouldn't you like to know? And thank you for thanking the mods. Stop kidding yourselves. Lies, who are you? There will be cleaning of this wall required. I want them so much, I want to go home. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Inside of a sequel exhibit, nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person, a large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Okay, chat. I want you to watch all of the... Hold on, I'll go closer. You're right. I'll go closer. Okay, because I really need to pee. So I'm gonna do a quick be right back. Alright? You watch these slides for me. Tell me if I missed anything. I return, chat. Large room, lots of boxes, storage room. And some are red and blue. Alright. It's not in a broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What if I didn't, though?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Yeah, you do that. Somewhere red and blue.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why?
Because we've done this several times now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's pick up the bucket again.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
So, red and blue door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, we will go somewhere else. Don't worry about it.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Because I think this is where the red and blue doors are.
Talk, but Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh, how am I... Ah. How am I supposed to get there? How? I was right that it was this room, but how do I get there? How do I get in the vents?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Oh, no.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Okay.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Oh dear.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Are we sure? I'm pretty sure I know what a bucket is. I just don't give a fuck about a sign. Oh.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Oh dear. Is this a bucket, chat? Yes or no? That looks like the bucket I'm holding, but that one doesn't. Because that one doesn't have the thingy. It has the thingy up. This is not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Fuck off!
Not an actual bucket.
Dear.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Can't go closer and have a look. I think this is a bucket.
Incorrect.
Oh.
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It's a 3D printed bucket then.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes. None of these are.
Correct.
Oh.
This is a bucket.
Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What? Hang on.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Schrodinger's bucket?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
You're not taking mine. No.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Okay,
of course
good,
it
yeah.
isn't a bucket. We
Yeah.
both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait,
Are you
when I
sure?
say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which
but
of
what
course
if
is not
everything is a
true.
bucket?
Unless,
What
is
if-
that what you think?
What if
Answer me
everything is a
straight,
bucket?
Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
yeah.
Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence.
Yes.
And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
You know.
Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
No,
I'm
you're not a
losing
bucket.
myself, and myself was all I
Oh.
ever had to begin with.
Oh.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship
No,
apart.
no, no,
I
no.
can't
Not
have
this
that.
again.
I'm
Not this
sorry.
again.
But I'm going
This is
to
my
erase
bucket.
all
No,
buckets from the
no,
game entirely.
no. Please.
Okay, here we go.
No. This is not a bucket. This is my companion and friend. Oh.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Oh, because everything's
was
a bucket?
everything a bucket?
Oh, no.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're
Okay,
not a bucket either.
So I'm not a bucket
Oh,
either.
This is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Okay.
Yes,
That's something.
I actually feel much more at ease right now.
Mhm.
It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what,
Yeah.
I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Oh, dear.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Who knows?
All right, here we go.
Everything's a bucket. I'm gonna get my bucket.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I think I just... Do I just need one more figurine? No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Mission status, I need 2 more. Lots of boxes yet. How do I get there? Sea is a broth? No. The sea has too many large chunks in it to be a broth. And also, you don't put live things in a soup.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
So
to the boss's
the sea is
office.
neither.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
Oh, shit.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his...
I did the wrong one, chat. I did the wrong one. What if maybe this time this one's different too if I have the bucket, but if I leave I cannot come back for the bucket, but maybe this time it's different. Maybe it's only different if I'm actually holding the bucket. Bucket. No? No buckets? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
It's
could it
prepared
mean?
with the chunks.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Broth.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
The office looks different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What if?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
No,
but
I
Stanley
know
had
that,
felt the
narrator.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
How do I get in the vent?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
What if?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
What if that's through here?
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place
Oh
eventually.
no! Oh no. No, this is an intervention. I want back. Oh.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Oh no.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
No, it's
The
my
bucket
bucket.
isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's
You're
just
not taking
sequel
it from me.
content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but
Yeah?
you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh. Okay.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to
Raw
next?
assets
oh,
map
and it
too.
played some silly music as well.
Yeah, that it did. This is true.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all
Why'd
about.
you stop the
Don't you
music?
remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's
Excuse
do
me?
it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. No. This is my bucket. Is this the portal incinerator, but for the bucket?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
You monster!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No.
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No. 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 I don't want to.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now.
No.
You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I can pry the bucket from my cold, dead hands.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Alright, friends. This is where I will leave it for today. We're gonna go say hi to someone. Let's go see who we can go say hello to, shall we? Why not? How long have you been going? Usually get to say hello to you. Let's go say hi to Psyche! Just heard the name of it. Never mind. We are gonna go say hi to Psyche, who is playing a game called Star Rupture. Let's go say hi over there. I'll be back tomorrow, friends. 1 p.m. CET, or roughly 4 hours ago in your time zone, but then tomorrow. So I hope to see you there. I'm not sure how I feel and what I'll be doing, but we'll find out together, won't we? Of course we will. And remember, take care of yourselves. Take care of your buckets and your spoons. And I'll see you all around in the realms of Twitch, alright? I love you all. Bye-bye.